Good morning, everyone. I'll be screening for stocks in the morning. Avoid trading the first 10-15 minutes due to the high volatility. So not a lot of stocks moving today. You can see the top, stocks that are up 10%. There's only a dozen of them compared to yesterday. ENTX halted up to the upside. Halted due to volatility. Should be opening in 20 seconds. But definitely not trading this. Gonna wait for a setup to happen. Hopefully it might just rip, but hopefully it does a pullback and sets up a higher low. Then I'll get interested in buying that. Right now it's too extended. It might open up. So it looks like it's halted a little longer today. Usually it's for 5 minutes, and 5 minutes has passed. ENTX looks like it's halted for prior news. It's been over 5 minutes. pushed over VWAP. SEEL. Good morning, Yaki. Apple. Yeah, I think I reviewed this with you yesterday. See how the overall market's doing. So Apple is pretty weak relative to the SPY. So the SPY is not down as much. So it's already failing to kind of retest that 26 area that Tuck spoke about. It can drop to 114. Yeah, it doesn't look good on the daily chart. It's below the hourly. So it's gonna need a lot of work to go higher. It needs to reclaim 120, 50. So it needs to go like this to go higher today. It looks like the first level will be like 120. If it fails, it's probably gonna go trend down lower today. But if it reclaims 120, it can go higher. 120 to 125 is a key area for today at least. GME is getting a little interesting here. The only thing is, it's pretty early. It probably could break 280 and squeeze to like 290s. The stop would be 275. $5 stop. So here. Yeah, it might be a little too late here, but I was going to buy a small amount, risking this low here. It's a decent pattern. Your stop would be this low, 275, if you took that 280 break. So it could hit higher days and go higher, but on GME. I didn't take it though. So 275, so that was a test. If it does this, then it'll probably go lower today. If it breaks 275. So it needs to hold this level. But that was a good pullback. Yeah. So I thought it needed more consolidation. It was a little too early there. Didn't feel like it was an A+ setup. ENTX opened, halted again. Ideally, this kind of pulls back to the 5-minute 90 EMA. Like this. TRCH looks interesting as well. Had a nice daily chart, continuing higher. If it continues to consolidate here, I'll take that break. 317 break. Risking 310. So 310 would be the stop if it breaks. What is this high? So this high is 315. Hopefully I can, alright, so let's try to break there. So 315, risking 310, so it's a 5-cent risk. So I'm gonna try if it starts breaking 315 here. Stop would be 310. Ideally, it has another pullback to the 5-minute trend to just confirm that support. But if it does, break early, I'll probably take it 4 or 5 cent risk. Stop at 310. If it breaks 315. Like a break of 310 would be good too. So this will go, yeah, 306. Yeah. So that's a good move. To stop away some of the longs there. So hopefully it bounces here, reclaims 310. And then you have a bull flag forming. So 315 break would be the level. So I think this flag break will break the bigger flag, the pre-market flag. So 332 pre-market highs. Oh, Apple. So it looks decent right now. It will need to reclaim 120 to go higher. So it could either bounce to 120 today, which is the high of the opening, 120.59, and the hourly's there. So it would need to reclaim that. So something like this, it can go higher. But if it does something like rejects this level, 125, and then does this, and breaks 119, it can probably go to 116. So 116, 114. So 114 is the 200 EMA here. So it might pull back. Pretty big pullback, but it might take a couple of days. But today, yeah, it'll probably need to hold above 119. So let's see if TRCH holds on here. So TRCH holding up so far. So the stop now would be 306. So far it's creating a inverted cup and handle. Break up 307, probably get to 303. Yeah, so it looks like it's gonna break. So we'll probably revisit this when it reclaims. So there's the inverted cup and handle. So I'll set a price order at 310. We need to get back at that level. So no setup there, no trades. AMC has a good push up here. So 9 EMA is somewhat caught up. So it has good reason to kind of go higher today. But ideally, maybe Monday would be the day. Still a little bit extended. This will be the pattern that hopefully it pays out. To extend on the 5 minute here. So we'll probably do a inverted cup and handle. Test the 5 minute chart, and if it reclaims this level and flags, that would be a good breakout to buy with your risk off of this. But that's not going to be for another 20 minutes. So I'll keep an eye on AMC if that sets up. EXPR is also a chart that also tested the hourly or the 9 EMA, so slowly caught up now. So you can see it pop. Now you have some consolidation. The 9 EMA is starting to catch up. So once I catch up, bigger traders will look to add this to swing. So if Express goes here, it's a little bit too early, but it's holding the 1 minute trend now. So 442 would be the break. The only thing is it's extending on the 5 minute. Hopefully it gives another pullback and then breaks in 10 minutes around 7:15. But if it breaks here, it'll probably move. Oh, there you go. So it's a tendency break. So the break here, if you bought that break, your stop would be like maybe these lows for 430s, 433, or 420. It's a decent 1 minute chart break, but the 5 minute is too extended. So I don't want to buy a chart where the 5 minute is far. So it's down here. So even if it broke here, I think it'll come back down to 430. ENTX resumed. GME, let's take a look. Oh, okay, so GME actually broke the flag line. Good consolidation here, and then the test of the 15-minute trend. So it was a decent move. I could go higher now. So the break was around here at 280, 279. So this will be the break, and then you'll be stopping at 272, 271. So that's like an $8 risk per share, and it's gone like 1 times it around right now. So it probably, I think before it goes higher, it's gonna pull back to 280s, and it sets up later for a bigger flag. I don't think that's gonna be the moment it'll break high of day. It's too extended. There's the pullback. Yeah, the spread is big, so you have to size it really little, you know, to manage your risk. So this is like an 8, you know, you can stop maybe at VWAP, which is at 276. So that's VWAP, the volume weighted average, or around this low. So you could buy that 279, risking VWAP at, which is a $3 risk, right, like this, and then it's gone like $9 now. So if you size in like 10 shares, that's $30. $30 risk. If it goes up here, then that's $30 profit, $60 profit, $90 profit. But this will get interesting. It could possibly break 300 today, but to do that, it's gonna pull back. So you see how it's pulling back? When it was trading up here, the 1 minute was down here and the 5 minutes down here. So you don't want to buy those. It's too late to buy here. It's gonna pull back, correction. So that's GME. I think it'll need a lot of work. It's too extended. Cost looks interesting. It has a 5-minute trend right now. It's also really spready. I don't like trading these names since it's really spready. AMC. AMC is also to extend down the 5-minute chart here. It's probably need to pull back to 1070s. So Express, you can see it broke higher day here, but it's to extend on the 5-minute chart. So the probability of your success goes down if the chart is too extended. So you want it to kind of be close to the 5-minute trend before a breakout and the 15-minute trend in the morning. If they're too far from there, it will gravitate towards these. And then later, the later part of the day, it'll gravitate towards the hourly chart. So you look at the 5-minute chart, you can see how there's a lot of room for pullback. So you don't want to buy these breakout. That's why the success rate goes down if you're trying to buy up there. TRCH looked like it's done. Didn't give us a setup. There was a potential, you know, inverted cup and handle here. Didn't take it though. So cost looks like it's breaking out. The only thing is it's a bit extended for me to take here. But if you buy this breakout, this is a 31.40 break. Stopping at 30.50. So it's $1. $1 per share risk. So there's Express pulling back to the 5-minute. So this was still too early. The 5-minute was down here during this breakout. So the success rate of going higher is slim. So I'll even look to go short if this tests here and breaks the 5-minute chart to 410. Still extend on the 15-minute chart. E-bond. Yeah, so E-bond looks like it's just trailing the 1-minute chart. People are just chasing it up here. I think it's like, yeah, I don't see a good entry like for my style of trading. It looks like it's just a lot of people are chasing into this. But definitely it's getting too extended. It broke over resistance, $9 daily resistance. It has a gap fill to 1077, so there's a tiny gap here. So if there's enough momentum, it could probably fill this gap. Yeah, so there might be another leg actually, but this time I started buying up like up here, but there's a gap to like 1077s. It's too extended. It could pull back like $1 right now. If this break the 1-minute trend, like inverted cup and handle, this will probably go back to 875. You got an inverted cup and handle. I would probably short this, but I don't have any short locate on my broker. If it does this, I'll probably short this. And it'll likely do it because it's too extended. It's gonna do this. It's not a sell pressure. This has gone too far. Too quickly. So SEEL is attempting to get back over VWAP here. 409 support. So if it holds this 409 support in 5 minutes, I'll try taking that break. But if it fails to hold 309, then it's not a long setup. Yeah, so we'll revisit SEEL when it gets back over 410. This still has a chance. I mean, it's still short term going up, but it'll need to hold this 410 as support. So I'll set a price alert for. I would like to see it up over 414, and I'll take a look at it again. So GME, kind of mentioned this. It was extended up here. You can see the 1 minute is up here and the 5 minutes down here. So now it has a good consolidation to retest. So it'll look better. I mean, ideally, I want to get it testing like 277 one more time. So it could probably go here too. There's a support level that's holding here at 279. And potentially a inner flag here that people are buying right now. Right here, so it's a small flag, and this flag might break the bigger flag. So we could probably see 300 today if it breaks 286. Oh, thanks for the follow. It's mostly through experience. I've been trading for 4 years now, and watching like a lot of YouTube videos and doing research. But yeah, it's all about patience. Don't rush into things. So waiting for the right setup definitely, increases your probability of winning. So it looks like it's breaking. So it looks like his inner flag is working for people. So this inner flag is breaking right here, and then this flag has momentum to break the bigger flag. So it'll probably hit 300 today. But I didn't take it. I missed it. So yeah, if you miss the trade, I just watch. I'm not gonna chase this. But this was a decent place to enter here. It held this support level. It's like 283 break, risking. You could put your stop at 280 if you bought up here. If you want to give yourself more room, stop would be 278, but it looks like 300 is nearby, so. This is a higher day break. Good morning, Tony. I'm still sitting on cash this morning. No trades yet. Just waiting for, you know, the best setup to form. Haven't seen any yet. SEEL started. Still's reclaiming the VWAP. So this can start setting up soon. So there's a big pre-market flag here. And then also if this holds the 410 support I mentioned, so hopefully this doesn't push higher here. So like 418. So this would probably be a setup I'll take. Stop at 410 for the 418 break. Hopefully it pulls back here. So one more time here to confirm a higher low. Higher low. And the break of this. So it's going a little too early. So I can see people buying here, this break of 413 with the risk at 395, but it's still too wide for me. Let's see if it gives us an entry. So it needs to pull back. So it looks like it's gonna run without me. But hopefully it doesn't break high of days. It's set up. What did you trade? So I want to see this confirm support over VWAP. going too early for my taste, but I think the best spot to buy, this spot was probably the one 413 break, with your stop at $4. That'd probably be like the best entry. But it's going too high right now, and get that rejection a bit there. ENTX. Let's check out this. Scan through these real quick. So SEEL's going, but too late for that. Cost actually went as well. It was too extended, so I didn't take it. Spot to buy was there, stopping it here, so it would have been a win. Ebon squeezing higher, probably going towards that gap down area. Express. So Express was extended on the 5-minute chart here, and it had a pullback to the 15-minute, so now it has room to break. So this is a decent breakout on Express. I could see it going higher. AMC. So also the same. It tested the 15-minute trend. Still going to pull back here to 410. So good thing it didn't break high of day yet, so it can still give us an entry later. RGLS picking up some volume here. 2 million shares in a minute. Looks like some news happened. GME is continuing. So the break here at the 283 break, it's a spot to buy there. 279 stop. And 300 it's nearby, so it's getting extended on the 1-minute chart though. So we might see a pullback to the 285 area. I think my guess would be it'll bounce off this 1-minute trend to 300 and then falls back to 290. Still attempting to go early again. To extend on the 5-minute chart. But the next pullback, if it holds, 440 break is the level. This will start squeezing. Hey, Senior Piglet. So Iban mentioned is to extend on the 5-minute chart. It's pulling back. Express broke highs, retesting the 15-minute chart, broke highs again. Now let's see if this holds support or breaks down. Still no trades on my end. GME is getting that correction. So the 5-minute is down here around 285s. So you might see another test of 285 before it goes higher. So you needs correction. Yeah, so here's the inverted cup and handle to 285. Still broke a tiny bit early there. ENTX Piglet. The level it will need to get back over is 816. So it needs to get back over 817 to be bullish. If it holds 817 as support, like support here, it can go higher. But if 816 becomes resistance right here and then fails to go over, it's gonna be I see it fading back down. You can see the daily chart is pretty extended. The hourly daily 90 MA will be right here. So it has a lot of room to go back to the downside. So this might, yeah, so right now it's having this as resistance at the 814 area. So it attempted right here. So it'll need to push over it and hold it as support, and it could go higher. But it looks like there's, the volume is mostly here. So you might get a push up here, and then people will sell and they'll go back down to this level and probably start fading the rest of the day back to like $6. Should you buy it? Depends if you're buying for a day trade. Possibly, 814 and higher. You would sell up here. I don't think this is a stock to hold long term. Long term is going to go back down to $6, $5. It really all depends on your risk level, risk management. So it's getting over it, attempting to get over it right now. So you can see it sold there. So yeah, so that's why you don't want to buy. You don't want to buy. This is probably gonna crash. Don't buy it. I would avoid this. It's gonna go back to $6. So to buy, it would need to push back here and hold as support. So that's the best spot to buy. Yeah, it's not a buy here. It's better to buy higher. When 814 confirms as support. Right now, it's gonna go back down. Hey, dank beams. NLSP. So NLSP, I think it's a good buy. Depends what kind of trader you are. For swing trading, no, it's not a good buy. If you're holding multiple days, I think this will go back down to $4. 450. It could fall back down to 450 today. You can see in the hourly chart, it's pretty extended. So it's not a good buy. Most of the volume was done up here. And you can see most of the volume is up here. The average price of those are $6.50. So when it bounced to 650, it'll probably fade back down. It'll probably need to confirm like 625 as support to go higher for NLSP. I think there's a lot of buyers over here that are holding right now that are at a loss. So if this pops over to 620, these people will start selling and it's going to push it down. And it's extending on the hourly, so 450 is the target. I mean, going down. So it's not a good buy. And it's gonna probably create a bear flag. ANIX. No. I think this is gonna stay down. It's not a good buy. I think same thing. It's under VWAP. VWAP at 650 for ANIX. It might bounce here on the hourly and then fade back down. The daily chart looks pretty ugly. It had a nice daily breakout, so if you watch like that flag on the daily breakout, a good spot to buy was $5, and people are selling into this push. So it's gonna fade back down. Is this gonna go nowhere the next day? Hey Andre, 957. Are you looking to exit? If you have it at 957, yeah, it's not looking good. I think it's going lower, so this push here, you can see this push fell with high volume. It tried to attempt to get back to 814 area, which is a key level. It's a key level here. This fell, so you got a lot of buyers thinking the 814 break with that increase in volume, and now people are gonna sell. So I would stop out for, you know, a loss, a smaller loss here. I think it will go lower. At least below 7 today. It might go below 7 right now. That's my theory. So it would need to do something like this. 814 support. So EBON tested the 5-minute chart. Now it's going higher to the gap fills up here. So still no trades on my end. Haven't seen anything. RGX looks interesting for a short though. So let's see. 213 break. So I started short 213. I might have went too soon, but I'm gonna try this 213 break. So I have 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares at 213 shorting. My stop is 220, so I'm risking $70. The reason I'm going in here is the inverted cup and handle, and I'm hoping for a retest on the 209. So you can see my position up there. My positions are up here. So my target would be 207, that's my first target, and then 202. My stop was going to be 220. So my stop is this here, this lower high. So the reason I shorted this was it's extended. VWAP is at 207, so I might have a bounce here. The 5-minute chart is at 202. I'm shorting RGLS. So it's a short sell. So I shorted 1,000 shares at 213. So that means I'm hoping the stock goes down to make money. So there's the break. So I'm gonna take it might bounce off VWAP here, so I have to be careful. VWAP is just this blue line. I'm hoping for a target of 202, but if it bounces off this blue line, I might have to downsize. So it's bouncing out VWAP so far. So right now my entry is 213. Shorting is it's the opposite of buying. So when you buy, you're buying, hopefully the stock goes up to sell for a higher price. When you short, you kind of sell at a higher price and hoping the stock goes down to buy back at a lower price. It's the opposite. I can explain a little later, but right now I'm in this RGLS short at 213. Right now it's bouncing off this VWAP location, so I should have downsized a little bit there, but if this 213 fails to hold, I'm looking for a test of $2 here. 202 is my target. So I'm going to add 500 more shares. So that's going to bring my risk up to like $100 or so. Yeah, I could explain later, Piglet. So right now, I'm hoping the stock goes down. Yeah, so here's the break. So there you go. So I took 500 off there. So I'm up for $50 base and unrealized at $86. So my final target is 202. So the more I consolidate here, the slowly it'll catch up, the 5 minute, and I probably have to take it off. But 202 is what I'm looking for. So strong push up here. So I might have to downsize. So I'm taking out 500 shares off there. I don't like the push. It looks like it might bounce off the 5 minute trend here. Yeah, so I'm all out there. So I had a unrealized of $80. But yeah, I was hoping for a 202 target. But I ended up taking a small profit and then stopping out. So that's a $24 trade. So it bounced off the 5 minute here. You can see the red line. So I have to be a little careful. So that's a $24 winner. TRCH. I was I was watching this in the morning, but it had a good short here to go lower, and now you have this kind of descending triangle forming, and the break of this is going to go lower. In terms of long-term investing, potentially, but it'll need a lot of work. It'll need a lot of work. Yeah, for the time being, I don't think it'll go higher today for TRCH. It's gonna need a lot of work. If it holds like 280 as support in the next few days, like in the next like week, yeah, in the short term it'll probably go down. It'll probably consolidate around 280. It'll probably be like 280 to 320 price for the next few days, next trading days. If it holds above this level, then that's kind of like the support level. And then if it breaks 320, the next time it breaks 320, it'll probably go to 380s. So that's where I'll look when it goes back over 320 the next few days. Like, you can buy those. But in the short term, or at least today, it's not gonna go higher. I mean, it could go higher. It could go back to like 310. It could go higher if it based off of $3. So if it does this, it can go higher. But if it fails to go over 3, it's gonna trend back down to like 280. I don't do like long-term investing, so I can't give you any recommendations on that. RGLS. Oh, so shorting, I was gonna explain shorting. So shorting is when, so normally typically you buy a stock low, right? And then you want to sell the stock high. So you buy and then you sell high. And that's where you profit, you make money profiting that difference, right? When you short sell a stock, what happens is you borrow shares from the broker. So you borrow shares from your broker, your trading broker. So you borrow a share, but you sell those shares for a high price, right? You sell high. So you sell high, and then you want the stock to go back down. Because when you sell high, you're borrowing the broker's share to convert it to cash, but then you owe the broker shares. So to exit a short position, you have to buy back those shares. So you have to buy low, right? And then you make money on the difference. So it's just the opposite of buying a stock. It's just, you can trade both ways. When the stock goes up, you can buy. When the stock goes down, you can short. So you can trade both ways. So it gives day traders flexibility of trading on both sides, not just buying all the time, but you can short opportunities where it goes down. So that's what short selling is. You borrow shares to sell those shares at a high price, and hopefully you buy back those shares that you borrow at a lower price, and you pocket the difference. Pretty much the same difference if you were in a long position, like buying position. So yeah, so what I did here was I saw a opportunity. I shorted. So you see I shorted 1,500 shares, 1,000 shares here and 500 shares here, and I bought back for a cheaper price, $2.06. So I bought back a lower price, but then I stopped out here. So that's why you can see I profited $24 up here with 1,500 shares, because they popped back up here, bouncing off. So that's shorting. So I trade both long and short. So yeah, so ENTX, I forgot who mentioned it, but yeah, this fell flag here, it's gonna fade back down below $6. End of day. It might bounce off of the 675, but this stock is not a stock where you want to hold. It'll probably go back down to $5, $6. So support and resistance level. So it's any level where one, you can draw a trend line. So there's trend line, resistance, support, and then there's also horizontal lines. So I have a trend line tool here and a price level tool, which is a horizontal line. So yesterday I was kind of going over like AMD for one of my chat requests, and here I'll show you this. It was a pretty obvious support level. So you can look at prices where there's multiple points bouncing off there or having trouble there. So you can see I draw a line here at 73.90, and what do you see? So you see a bounce here. So that's where price, where maybe banks, like big banks, like they have like 50 million shares just waiting there to be bought. So that creates a wall, so that's support wall. So they have a big order there, and not enough sellers is enough to fill that order for that big buyer. So what happens is that your demand is so high at that price level that your supply is not able to break that demand, like fill those orders. So what happens is now it breaks above it. It'll bounce because that order hasn't been filled to break lower. So it'll bounce above it. So you can see this 73.90, the support level, bounce, and then it met the 73.90 order again, the support level, and it bounced again. And then recently, look what happened. It bounced again. So AMD, the 73.90 is a very key level of support. And once support is broken, it becomes resistance. And I'll show you another level here. Right here, this 87 level. You can see this was the high here. It tried here, and then another level here, another level here. And then once it breaks above this level, it becomes support. So you can see support, support, and then broke below it, it became some resistance again. And now it goes down to the next support, which was this support. So that's how support and resistance work. You just find multiple areas where it bounced off or had trouble with. Before this move, it had a resistance level of 59. You can see here, and then it broke above it. So that's where the resistance broke. And the reason it's also important is because you think about people that are buying in this price range, right? A lot of those people will have stops. So their stop level, if they know about support and resistance, their stop level will be just below this. So the next time this breaks, it's gonna run a lot of stops. So you'll have a big sell-off because it's running a lot of stops, stop sell orders, and it's gonna trigger a big move there. on the downside if 73.90s break. So far, it's holding that level. This is on AMD. So that's how support resistance, and to determine a level, you need at least 2 price points. So at least 2 bounce off that price points. You can also draw trend lines like this, and this will be a trend line resistance, and also find two you can see here it's on this. AMD is on a trend line resistance. You draw this line and connect this line. It actually attempted today, so it might have trouble today going higher just because it's on this trend line. But yeah, a downtrend isn't a downtrend, short-term downtrend. You can see these trend lines are going lower, and then these lows are going lower. So you're in downtrend, at least for the short term for AMD. What you want in an uptrend is like this. So you would want this, like the next time AMD pushes lower, it needs to hold a higher low. So these low need to be higher. So once that is met, now it has a chance to do a higher high, and then now you're in an uptrend. Right now it's in a downtrend. So this can still go down. It could still break 73.80, which is that big level, and sell off. Oh yes, it's too late for EBON. Don't buy EBON. Don't buy EBON. Do not buy EBON here. It's gonna fall to $10 in the next 10 minutes. That's my guess. So right now, it's creating one of my pattern. If it breaks 1077, it's going to $10. It'll go to $10. If it breaks 1077, I'll be right back. Oh, sorry. I had my mic muted. Thanks for that. Huh. So it seems like I probably explained the other stuff. Okay, so you probably miss a lot of my things that I just explained. It's probably muted for like 10 minutes now. Okay, so let's see. So I went over SOS with you earlier. So I was answering your question if it's too late to buy, and I was saying it depends on what type of trader you are. If you're a swing trader looking for a short-term, long-term, or mid-term investment, it is not late here. So you could buy here. If you're buying at 7, your stop will be 5. What is this? 525. 525 stop, $7. That's $1.25 per share. Risk. So you're risking this amount. So say you buy 100 shares, then you're okay with losing $125. So that's a $125. And then if it goes $1.25 to the upside, then that's a $100 profit, $125 profit. $250, that'd be $200 profit. So it depends on what traders you are. Buying here is not late. You're stopping at here, prior low, it's not late. But if you're buying up here, it's late, very late, if you're a day trader. So for me, I'm a day trader, it's really late. So the spot to buy was, if I like kind of go back up here, I don't have like a signal in terms of my style of trading. So I would probably just not, I would miss this trade. But it's starting to form a inverted cup and handle. It's probably going to retest 660. So if you're looking to, buy for a couple days, then you could look to buy when it's at 660, 650s. That's probably the best spot. Looking for a trend higher here on the daily chart. So it's not late to buy here, but just make sure you have a stop. You have a wider stop. But yeah, if you're a day trader, it's late. It's very late. And then E-bond is also late. Before I left, I showed this pattern, right? Inverted cup and handle. A spot to short there, but I didn't have borrows from my broker, so that's why I didn't short it. Because shorting, when you borrow a share, it depends on the broker's inventory to allow borrows to share. So not every stock is shortable. So that's why I couldn't short this, but this was a valid pattern that I would have short if I had the shares available. But right now it's extended. You can see it's trailing the pink red line, which is the 5-minute chart. So it's right now forming a, so this is the 1-minute chart. You got a cup and handle here, right? It goes down. So now the next one is the bigger cup and handle right here, and this is going to go back down to the 950s. So that'll be the next break. But yeah, again, I don't have shares to short, so I can't do that for this stock. And I'm not looking to buy up here. It's too extended. End of day, I can see it go back to $9. End of day. And this is not a stock I would also buy long term. And you can see it filled a gap today, so 95% of the time it'll fill this gap. That's why I drew these 2 lines earlier and actually went to fill it. So it filled the gap here. It's pretty much on gap level. And then now you're getting inverted cup and handle. It'll break this, goes to 975 for E-bond. Yeah, this is definitely too late. Ebon was a stock that just kept going higher. I didn't see any pattern playing out. So TRCH. So TRCH had a decent pattern here. Very tight risk. $3 break, risking $2.95. 5 cents risk. It's gone up to 25 cents. 5-to-1 ratio. METX is forming a decent pattern. Looking pattern here. If it gives one more pullback, yeah, TRCH had a little short squeeze. It'll probably go higher for the short time frame. It probably won't go down yet. It's gonna take some time to go down. I don't think it'll go down right now. It's probably gonna consolidate around the highs up here. But it's too late to buy for me. It broke out. The best spot to buy was here. This was the best spot. You can see things get tighter here, and then when it breaks the flag, your risk is very tight. Your risk is like here. If you buy up here, your stop is here. It's too far. It can go higher, but it's too late to buy up here. AMC. Okay, so So yeah, so I'm more of a breakout trader. So so I would look at the level 2. So let me bring up the. So here's my full trading platform. On the right side here, this is the level 2. And then this is the time to sell. So this is every transaction that goes through. And the level 2 shows you, you know, the best bids and ask and how much shares are on those bid and ask, the size of those. So if there's a support and resistance level, you'll see a very big number on them. And when those numbers starts tickling down, so this means like it's breaking down those share size, I'll go and like buy on that resistance break if those share size starts going down, because you have a lot of volume coming in, buying volume, to take down those resistance share size. So you could tell from the chart plus the level 2. So this is called the level 2. So you can tell if it was going to break or not. And you can buy like, you know, a few minutes ahead, or a few seconds ahead. I want to say minutes. FRX. So FRX will need to get over 821 to be bullish. So 820 is the key level. It will support here, became resistance. So we need a break. So what I do here is, when 820 starts to come up, like up here, you'll see 820 up here, and if that starts to break, that's where I would like start to buy. But yeah, sometimes it might not get through that level, so you might buy at 820 and it goes back down, so it might not be ready. So like for instance here, right, it wasn't ready. So when it hit here, 820, it went back down. And the reason being because it's too extended. So it went from 795 to 820 in such a short time frame. So you would want kind of get tighter. So like this. So a lot more traders would feel more comfortable buying that. Yeah, so I was mentioning this move is a little big, right? You went from 795 to 820, and now you get a pullback. So a lot of traders would get comfortable if it goes tighter. So their risk would be tighter, and they're okay with buying. And if a lot of trader has that mindset, then you have more buying power, more demand when it does break the 820 to break this level. So if it has come from like a very low to high right away, you'll probably end up pulling back, because you have people that buy here are willing to sell here. So there's buy and sellers pretty much everywhere. But yeah, if you have buyers here, then there'll be sellers here. Are you looking for FR? Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. FRX? FRX, very low volume. That's my first thought. on the daily chart, it needs to get over 1150 first. So I would wait to break over 1150 and then holds it as support. And then you could buy like within $8.50 to $12. Right now it's not able to get above the 90 MA trend line, so it can still roll over, go down lower. So it's getting late part of lunch. So TRCH looks like a short to me to 309. So I might attempt a short trade on TRCH. Risking 295. So I'm shorting here. I have 1,000 shares. My stop is at 325s. So I might have went in a little too early, but my target is 309, 310 area. So let's see if this, but if it hits 325, 326, I'm stopping out. So that would be like a $70 loss if I take that stop. So 311 is the price target now. So it needs to break 318. Oh, wow, you saw that? So I'm gonna take some profits here. So I'm trying to take some 500 shares at 312 here. It's a strong wash to my target. So I'm trying to take 500 shares off of here, 314, but try and get fill, my order fill. Yeah, that went way too quick, that drop. So the reason I shorted this was inverted cup and handle. It's trying to come back. It's bouncing off the 5-minute trend, so I had to get a little. So I only got filled 99 shares there, so it's unfortunate. But let's see if this breaks down. All right, so I filled 400 more shares. So I'm up $44 now. So the target's only 310. It's not a far target. There's a lot of support around this area, the EMA lines. So I think if it breaks below 310, I'm probably gonna just take it off. I don't think there's gonna be much more downside, and have a decent bounce. All right, so there's 308. Good stuff so far. So I covered more there at 308. So I'm all out. I'm all out there on TRCH. So I short trade. So again, short trading is you sell high. So I sold at 318 and I bought back for 314, 307s. So I make those, you know, those difference. So I made a $71 right up here. Think beams. So there's many different traders. So there's traders that buy at support line, and those are called dip buyers, right? I'm not a dip buyer. I'm not too fond of that because if it breaks support, it'll go lower, and then you don't have a risk level. Like, where are you stopping out for a loss once you buy that support? So that's why I don't dip buy, because it brings you to a mindset of, oh, let's dip buy more and more and more, averaging down, and you eventually get like a huge position and a huge loss. So I've done that before in my first few years of trading, and unless you have a strong mindset and you have like a defined stop amount, you could do those dip buys at support level. And by support level, I'm thinking you're mentioning like if a support is here and it goes back down, you're buying here. So again, the support level broke, right? So where, if you bought here, are you buying more here when it goes down further? So, but then you have to tell you, where is your stop? Like, when are you stopping out, or are you just gonna hold it forever? So if you can't answer where your stop is, then you probably don't know where your profit is as well. So that's why, like, I usually just buy on the breakouts. So I buy breakouts. So buying at the resistance level. So buying higher. So not buying lower, but buying a little bit higher. Not too high. So a good example would be, I'll go back to one of my trades that I did 3 days ago or 2 days ago. Was GNUS. So you can see my trades here on GNUS. So this is called a flag break, and I'm buying. I'm not dip buying, right? But I'm buying when it breaks this flag at a resistance trend line. And I'm buying when it breaks this resistance. So you can see once it confirms a support level, so this is a VWAP. Let me draw this line for you. So this was a support level. So it's important for stocks to hold a support and resistance level. So this is a level that it is trying to hold. So when it held this support, I was like confident that it will go higher. So once it broke this level, right, you can see that I just sold within this push, and you got the big volume, people going in because people are still seeing. But I kind of saw this pattern earlier, so I bought a little bit earlier than most people when the volume was low. But some people will buy this, and then that momentum will increase and people will start chasing. So other people will start chasing into these, or people will start covering. So there's a lot of shorters that are shorting here as well. So this also is a short squeeze. So there's day traders that are shorting here. So when this breaks higher, now you have people that short here have to buy it back. So that creates a short squeeze as well as new buyers coming in. So this was a decent win for me. And that's where buying a little bit higher, right? I'm not buying lows here, but I'm buying when there's a risk level that's tight. So you can see when I'm buying here, my stop is here. It's a really tight risk. So that's when you get into a trade, you want to know where your stop is. And profit taking, you take along the way, because if you buy here and you never sell, it went back down, so you just lose all your money. So that's an example of a trade. GNUS looks like, okay, so inverted cup and handle again. FSR, SOS, so SOS is forming a 5-minute chart right now. I mean 5-minute flag. It can go higher, but around this time, like around, you know, this time is lunchtime, so a lot of breakouts doesn't work too well, because people are taking lunch and the volume dies down a little bit. So this is a nice 5-minute chart pattern, and it's holding up pretty well. So potentially this is a good spot to buy, but because it's lunchtime, it might not be so successful because the volume might not pick up. But a spot to buy here will be this 695 break, stopping at 680. So it's a 15 cents risk. So you make sure to stop out because there's a support for a reason, and if it breaks the low, then it will go lower. So you have to kind of respect those stops, right? So I always take my stops. Don't be stubborn and hope it goes down or goes up higher. But this can go higher. I can see this go higher for this 5-minute break. If you look at the 5-minute chart, I'll probably just take a small position if I trade this, just because it's a bit extended on the other chart, but you can see this 5-minute chart is forming a nice flag. Nice flag here. But it'll be like a day trade. This is a day trade chart right now. The other thing is it's extended on the 15-minute chart, so it has room to pull back to 660 short time as well. So it's important to wait, right? You cannot buy early here expecting for a flag break. It can still break on the downside. It can still break this way. The flag has two directions. So if this touches the trend line, 680, and if this fails, this flag fails, I would look to go short as well. So I'm okay to going the other side, right? I'm gonna keep my bias open on the short side and long side. If this breaks to the upside, you have a flag break on the upside. If this breaks down, 660 is the target. So it looks like it could potentially fail. So I think dank memes. So you can see 680 was a lot of numbers there, and it's actually breaking to the downside. So that's why it's important to not buy early as well. You buy when it's high, and you buy when it's breaking out on the high side. This will confirm the breakout and confirm that it'll go higher. If you try to try and predict a move, you're gonna get in trouble. Right now, it broke to the downside. So there you go. So it's gonna test 660, like I mentioned. So you have to weigh both sides. Flag has two sides, but I didn't happen to catch that short. And you got a huge volume. GOEV. It looks really good. It's tested the EMAs VWAP. If we could trail above here, break 1580, I can see it. I can see it going higher. I can see it going to $17 in the next day. I wouldn't buy yet. I would buy when it's 16. I would buy when it breaks 1580s. So you wait to buy higher. TCR, TRCH, it's good short, and then retest quite lower. Pickly, yeah, you could do that. Just make sure to have maybe a stop limit, stop on quote with a limit. Because if you use stop on quote market, you might get filled at a bad price if the spread is wide. So nothing is catching my eyes right now. ENTX might have a bounce. So if it holds here, it might get a squeeze. SEEL is just creeping slowly up, not the best. I would look to go short. EBON. EBON not a spot to buy, extended. Oh. So it's actually breaking this flag, has it picking up on volume. You could, so Piglet, it depends on where your risk is. You could buy, but your stop would be 1550. So that's a 30 cents risk. So depending on how you position your size, 100 shares would be $30 loss, right? 1580, 1550 stop. So you have a 30 cent stop there. I would definitely stop when it breaks below 1550. So you could buy anywhere here. You can size in however your risk amount is, but definitely, you know, stop at 1550. That's my 2 cents. But it tended to break out the flag there. So here's the pullback. So you can buy with your stop at 1550. No, that's okay. Like, so 3 to 5 shares. It's, yeah. I mean, if you're new and you're trying to practice, just go small size. You need to practice you don't want to get too emotionally involved on the amount of shares. So just go small size and work with the system. So just let the trade work out. You go 5 shares here, then that's a 15 cent. That's 15 cents, right? So 5 shares would be 15 cent stop. And this can go higher. Then you probably make, you know, $5 if it goes $1. Yeah, so you could. So you could still dip back down to 560. So 560, you can stop at NVIS is getting extended. Hey RX Yank, CTRM, let me check it out. Oh, this is a nice looking chart. 98 cents break. Oh, wait, yeah, thank you for that. I might buy it actually. 98.50. Let me look at the daily chart real quick. Daily chart looks good. It's holding above the 9 EMA. But the only downside is it's lunchtime right now. So there might not be a lot of volume for this breakout. But this is a nice flag. The 98. 98.50. So I'm gonna buy some here actually. So I'm buying some here. My stop's gonna be at 98. It's the same. Snipe trading on Twitch as well. Yeah, thanks RX Yank for that. I'm gonna buy this. So I have 4,500 shares. My stop's gonna be 98 cents. So I'm okay with taking a $45 loss if it fails to go here. But again, it's lunchtime, so it's not the best time to trade. So the volume may not pick up, and you can see it actually broke a bit there, but didn't. Yeah. But I really like the pattern. It tested the hourly chart, holding the support right here. So if the volume picks up, then it'll look good. But for the time being, I'm putting my stop at 98. Below 98 is gonna be where I stop out. And that's just gonna be a small loss. It's probably gonna be like $30 loss. But if it moves here, it'll look good. $0.30? Wow, nice. That's awesome. We're trading CTRM. Thanks for the follow, RX Inc. Yeah, I mean, right now this pattern is pretty good. I think any other time of the day, like, it'll probably break. Piglet, it depends on what your risk level is. But right now I'm buying with my stop at 98 cents. So it's just like a 0.002 cent 0.00 or point, just say like a penny risk, right? So if you buy 1,000 shares, a penny is 10 bucks. So depending how much you're willing to take on the trade and stop out of, you size into that amount. Like if you're only okay with $1 loss, then it'll be 100 shares. So I'm gonna add more on CTRM. So my stop is still I put my stop at 97.99. I have 6,000 shares now. But if this breaks 98.50s, it could gain traction to break $1 today. So the stock is trading at 98 cents. Yeah. So it'll just be $98 of cash. You need to trade this. So again, I think if this was during like higher volatility, this break would push it to $1. So hopefully that it goes, but my stop is just below these support levels. I'm not in any other stocks right now. I just traded two stocks today. Yeah. So I'm gonna add more at 7,500 shares. This is a Thinkorswim. The broker is TD Ameritrade. So I added more there. I have 8,200 shares now. This pattern is really good. I like this pattern, RX Yank. Thanks for bringing this up. I think this is gonna blow through $1 today. So I have 8,200 shares now. Alright, so I'm at 10,000. My stop is gonna be 97.99. So that's just gonna be like a $50 loss. Piglet for GeoEV. Put a stop order at 1549. Yeah, the reason I'm adding quick is this break. If this break is gonna go on, so the high of day is actually 99 cents. If this break, it'll probably go to probably like $1.10. But yeah, 10,000 shares is not a whole lot. My stop is 98 here. It's just gonna be a $50 loss. So hopefully the volume picks up for the high day break. I'll be right back. I have a stop order at 97.99. Yeah. I think once this goes above a buck, the daily chart doesn't look too bad as well. That's why I was it's above the 988 and retested, so this has, you know, good reason to bounce here. 120. And this chart is one of the best looking chart right now. So yeah, I'm more a technical trader, RX Shank. I don't look at news or fundamental. Just how the stocks are trading. if this breaks 99, it's gonna be a buck, over a buck soon. Yeah, it works. Yeah, here I could share. See, I can share my report view, my last 90 days. I made a total of 28,000, and this is pretty much just trading technical, right? I'm all green of March. Only have two loss. Two loss this year, 2-day loss. But I'm pretty much green almost. Pretty much I'm at like a record green, like 20 days in a row right now for my day trade, and it's all technicals. I don't trade the company or fundamentals or news. Let's trade the patterns. This is when I started trading. So back in 2016, you can see I was negative. This year was pretty good. Yeah, so that's my my goal, my end goal for day trading. I actually have a full-time job as well. So if 99 cents break here, I'm probably gonna add more, but it looks like it's gonna test one more time. If it tests 98.50 one more time, I think this could go. Pivot, it's how much you're willing to lose. So $5 to $10, and depending what type of trader you are, if you're a day trader, then I'll look inside this chart to find a stop level, right? So for me, my stop level is 98 cents. So that's 1 penny away. So you'll buy 500 shares for a $5 loss. So 99's on the ass right now. So there's a break. It hit a buck there. Increase in volume. So this is a good sign. Let's see if it go. Oh, then you could just go in. So 500 shares will be $500. So this is gonna start going. $1 break. So the measured move here would be 101. It's not bad. It's just 10 shares would be like 10 cents, right? or a penny actually. So this stop here stopped out a lot of shorts that were trying had their stop at high of day. You could buy 15 shares. It all depends how much you're willing to lose and make. You could buy now, yeah. So with a stop at so I might go buck here. If it breaks a buck, I'm gonna add more shares. You'll probably just lose about like 15 cents or so, Piglet. So I'm gonna add if this $1 break. What are the walls? You mean the level 2? I look at the level 2, yes. Are you talking about this here? So when $1 starts to be on here, I'll look at the share size, and if that starts breaking down, I'll add. So I'm not gonna add right away. You're gonna see a lot of prints at $1, and when that wall starts breaking down, that's where I'm gonna add. When it starts breaking. So it's probably gonna consolidate here until the 5-minute catch up. I think if it can consolidate like lunchtime is over, it can go higher. So what I could do is I could take some profit here. Okay. Kind of spoke a little too soon, but I was gonna take some profit because I knew this pullback's gonna happen, and then just re-add on the 99s or like 98, like take some profits and then re-add, and then it'll go higher, just to lock in some of those gain. But this, yeah, it's gonna pull back a little bit. So the 5 minute is starting to slowly creep up here, catching up. It might do a 98.50 test. Yeah, I've been watching them. They're not really setting up. I was watching GME. It had a decent, alright chart here. It had a inside flag. So there's like a potential flag here that could play off for this break. But yeah, I didn't take it. AMC starting to hold. Starting to have a little push here, so this could get interesting. But the only thing is it's extended on the hourly chart. So the hourly's down here. But there is a pickup in volume there. It's interesting. Spread. bonus. So CTRM looks like it'll try to get through. So if it doesn't get through here, on this push, I'm gonna take some profits and I'll look to re-add later. Re-add it back. But I'm gonna look to buy some more shares if it starting to break $1, which is pretty soon. I think it's gonna break it in the next 5 minutes. Getting really close. Yeah, I think if it goes, it's gonna go in the next 5 minutes. So I'm gonna I add a little bit here. But if it doesn't go right now, it's gonna go back to 98 cents, and that's where I'm gonna take off some of my profits right now. So it's probably gonna go right now. I'm at 20,000 shares now. Adding more here. 25,000 shares. So 30,000 shares. So he's gonna break. It's trying. So there's the $1. So I'm at 450 right now, unrealized. So I'm gonna take some profits at 101s, 102, 103s. I'm gonna take some here. So I have like $5,000 profits spread across like every penny right now. So my first profit taking is 101 here. I'm trying to get filled. So you can see all my profits, it's up here for 5,000 each shares. So let's see if it hits those targets. Yeah, it was a pretty big position sizing, but had pretty strong conviction. This is a pretty nice pattern. $1 break, key area. But let's see if it continue. I have 30,000 shares. You can see my position up here on the screen. So I have 30,000 shares. I have a 99.48 average. So if $1 starts to break down, I'm probably gonna sell some. But I'm hoping for a 101 break and higher here. Oh, it's mostly I guess videos, reading YouTube, and the pattern is all like kind of psychological as well. You can see that each it's all about screen time. Like the more you trade, the more patterns you'll see. So if this goes back to $1, I'm gonna take off some. So the bidders are stepping in right now. So you can see the bid stepped in. But if this starts chopping down here, I'm gonna downsize. Yeah, the bid stepping in is a good thing. So there's more people buying. So GOV 49, right? So you got some sellers there. So sellers are stepping in. So I'm gonna take some here. So I took off 10,000 shares at $1 there. So that's the 5-minute test. All right. So I'm gonna still keep my stop at 9, just below 98. Or below 9850. So 9850. So that's my initial entry. Yeah, so unfortunately, like, yeah, this move happened like in the middle of lunch, so it's not gonna have like a whole lot of volume going through. But I'm gonna take the stop loss if it breaks 98. No, I think it'll still go. It'll just take some time to set up now. Maybe in a little bit more time. Let's see how it reacts at $1. Again, if it pushed through $1 this next time around, it'll be good. If it fails, if $1 becomes resistance, I'm gonna take off a little more and look to re-add later. So here's the $1 attempt again. Let's see if it can push through $1 again. So this dip was good as expected. 15-minute trend was a little extended. Alright, so here's the $1 attempt. Pick late, you're fine with 15 shares. Yeah, I have a lot of shares, so I have to kind of manage my risk. So I'm gonna size down a little bit here. So I'm just down 15,000 shares. So my stop would be 98.50s, just below that. I use a flying mail. I use a limit order, but I do use a stop order. It depends. Like if it's a really support level, I'll use a stop order, just so I can get out right away. If you use a stop limit, you might not exit your position if it goes lower. So depending on what your limit order is, you might not get filled for your stop. So I just typically just use a stop. So far it's good consolidation so far. Let's see if it continue. So it needs to break the $1 here. When I buy, When I buy, I just use a limit order. I usually just try to buy on the ask. I don't use stop orders to buy. So you can use some people will use stop limit order, which is a stop order, and when the stop order triggers, it puts a limit order. So you can do that as like a trigger. Thanks for the follow, Flying Mail. So I think right now what needs to happen on CTRM is it'll need to get over a buck. So there's a buck here. And if this gets over a buck like this, a $1.101 break, we can see it go to 105, 110, 110 today. The other thing that can happen is it'll probably consolidate here for quite some time and retest 98. But if this $1 test, it's gonna try a dollar break again. If it doesn't break, I'm gonna take off majority of my shares out. It can. The day is still young. We still have the afternoons. But if a dollar becomes resistance here, it'll probably take a little longer. But the hourly chart will start to slowly uptrend. And lunchtime is almost over for people, so hopefully they come in and see this breakout. So far it attempted a break there. I heard about the stock, not the company. I traded this before. So I'm gonna downsize a little bit here. Let's see. Six. Or if it breaks 99, I'll downsize. So it's gonna attempt to break $1 again here. Alright, So if this attempt fails, I'm going to downsize a lot more. So I want this push to break $1. So far, it's putting higher lows here. But if this breaks, I'm gonna take it off. And I'll look to re-add later in the day. Piglet, I think for you, you can sell at when it breaks 98 cents. You can sell for a stop loss. So it looks like an inverted cup and handle now, so it's pretty bearish. 99.50 having trouble. I do have another account where I do a little bit of swing trading, long term, but I'm not too focused on that right now. But I do have some options on my other account. So if it fails to get above 99.50s, I'm probably gonna downsize a little more. So going above 99.50s here would be a good start. Alright, so we're over 950s. So I think my first experience, probably my first ever trade was actually like a profit, but it was like a lucky day trade, and it was like almost chasing. Like 4 years ago, I was chasing another trader's alert, but yeah, pretty much it was just like a follow. It wasn't like any strategy or anything, so it was pretty bad. So shouldn't be, like a victim of a chaser or following people's alert. So that's why I kind of created this channel, to maybe help out other traders see insight on patterns, recognition, and patterns that I can set up beforehand, than looking for an actual like alert. But yeah, I watched a lot of videos, a lot of the guru videos, as well as like just reading up a lot on it, and I also learned about like candlestick reading on that. But technical is all like technical trading. It's all like emotionals, right? So there's a lot of emotion to it. The reason why things become support and resistance is because there are emotionals to it. For instance, like CTRM, this 99 level was a high of daybreak, so you have people that are buying long for this breakout, including me, and also people that are day trade shorters, so shorting, so they're shorting the market. So when it breaks at this level, you have to think, where is their stop, right? So where are those shorts stopping out? So they're stopping out pretty much just high of daybreak, 99 cents. So when that happens, you have new buyers coming in and also shorts that are stopping out. And when they stop out, they also need to buy to cover their short position. So that drives the prices up and creates a breakout. So that's why I like to trade breakout levels more than dip buying, because dip buying, I also did a lot of dip buying before, and it didn't work too well for me because you end up averaging down. Like from a dip buy, it goes down, you dip buy, and then you end up building a bigger position and a bigger loss. And when you dip buy, you don't have a defined risk. So a good spot to dip buy is like when a stock going down low, and you can dip buy at this spot, and then now you have a risk level. You can say I'm gonna dip buy here, but my stop is here. But if you're just dipping buying while it's going down, you don't have a level to stop, so it can just keep going down. So CTRM is having a push back to a buck here. Let's see what it does here. So I'm thinking it might be a pullback, or it could push, which is great, but it might be a little pullback. I feel like this can go back to a buck, but the hourly is at $98. 98 cents here. So here's the attempt of the $1 break. Hexo, check that out. Oh yeah, Hexo looks pretty good. So I tried a dollar there and failed to kind of break out. So I'm probably gonna downsize if it breaks 99.50s. If you haven't sold, then yeah, I would probably, it might bounce towards $15, but yeah, it's important to put your stop because those levels are important, you know. Because when those levels break, they're gonna run a lot of stops. So that's why it usually just goes down further at a support level. So let's see if 99.50s can hold support here. If this could create a higher low here, I think it'll break $1 next. But I'm definitely moving my stop to 99 cents now. So right below 99 cents, I'll stop out my full position. Still holding 15,000 shares. Yeah, so I might Sometimes I might hold after hours, but I'll sell it in after hours. I don't hold anything overnight. Yeah, that's not bad, Piglet. It's okay. It's okay to go smaller size. So I'm gonna downsize a bit here. So it took another 5,000 shares off. Just because it's probably gonna test 99 cents. The play on CTRM is hopefully it push $1 here in this move. I will move your stop to below 99 cents now. So volume looks like it's picking back up. So I want to pick up 10,000 more shares here. So I added 10,000 shares. So hopefully I can consolidate here and break 101s. That would be the plan. Thanks Hockey Shark for the follow. So I'm gonna start selling some at 101s. $102s, 103s, 4,000 shares each. Oh no, I'm not selling yet. I'm just putting some partials out. But I'm gonna sell some at 102. It's gonna break now. So 101's breaking. Alright, so we're at 102s. So it looks like it's finally moving. Oh, I'm gonna look to sell my first profit at 102 at 4,000 shares. And then 104s, 105s. So I sold some at 101s there, downsizing a bit. if the volume picks back for a 102 break. If 101 starts breaking down to $1, I'll look to sell some more downsides. It's probably lunchtime, Piglet. But yeah, I think hopefully we get a 102 break here. Have some orders. Try and fill at 102. But if 101 starts not going, I'm probably gonna take some more shares off. Oh, so my 102 got filled there for 4,000 shares. So it looks like 102 will probably get pushed up here.
Yeah, I'm holding 12,000 shares. I just wake up at 6, pretty much early morning. So I sold another 3,000 shares at 101 before that drop. So I'm expecting this to hold. If this doesn't hold, then I'm gonna stop out. at 99.50. So far, I'm up a total of 356 to 266, depending on my realize. Oh, yeah, thanks. But if $1 doesn't hold here, then I'm probably gonna take it off. Cause it broke higher day here, and if this doesn't get going, you might see another like cup and handle here. So just at 9,000 shares. I'm gonna mute my mic for a bit to join the call. Hey guys, back. So CTRM, the bid or the ask is stacking up here. So if this breaks $1, I'm gonna take it off. Just because it's gonna be the one 15-minute reversal, and the hourly and VWAP is around 99 cents, 98 cents. So I'll probably take it off here $1, and if the 98 cents and 99 cents hold at support, I'll look to re-add my shares back, but I'll take my profits here at $1 if it starts to break. So far up a total of roughly like 250 realized and 990 unrealized. So OCGN. So OCGN is not doing too good, but from the look of the chart here, it is testing the 9 EMA on a daily, which is a good thing. So it popped over 9 EMA here on this day yesterday, and now it's holding here. So you might have some consolidation day to hold this 9 EMA, and then we can see a pop over if this continues to hold. If not, then I can see it falling back down to $8 next week. But it would need to break these. I think this will be it's not gonna do anything today. It's gonna be a consolidation day. Then tomorrow could go, or it could be another consolidation day, and then break later next week. But CTRM, so it's like 3800 by 2400. So it looks like it might move here. It might break 101s here, but it's by the level 2s. If that starts going, I'm gonna look to sell some at 102. So I think CTRM is gonna break 101 here. And how I can tell is you can see the level 2 here. You have $1 stacked, and then you got 101s right here. So once we get through this 101 level, 102 is just right there. And I think this break of 101 would probably get to 103 at least, because we have probably people shorting around this area, and then they'll stop out and probably push this all the way up to 103. So hopefully that goes and give us some more profit taking. for those of you tuning in, I'm in CTRM, bought around 98.50, my first shares, and then I added dollars, sold into the dollar push, downsized a bit and re-added 10 shares for this $1 break. Sold a few here at 101s, 102s. Now it's consolidating. So the break of this $1, I'm gonna stop out. But this break of 101, I think you'll go higher to 103s. But the hourly is down here at 98.50s. So usually in the afternoons, the stocks tend to test the hourly. So I kind of understand that. So I'm gonna stop out because if it breaks one, most likely it's gonna go to 98.50s. And the offer is starting to stack up here. So once I see on level 2, the bid starts to thin out, meaning the shares, the size of the bid starts to go down, I'm probably gonna hit the bid and exit my position. Live traders learning method. I think it'll just be through experience, and first, if you have a charting platform, just to add the 90 MA. I mean, I could probably start making more strategy videos on YouTube as well, just to help educate my strategies a little more. But the two patterns I trade is these two patterns here. Kind of outlined it of what I trade. The long setup, flag break with confirm support, and then the short setup, which is the inverted cup and handle. Yeah, it helps, I guess. Yeah, while I'm streaming, it helps me think it through and also double check, so I can let my viewers understand it a little bit better, and it's almost like double checking my work if I'm streaming. So it's a good thing. So the reason I like this here was, if I zoom into the chart here, you can see this pattern play out. So it's pretty much the pattern that I just showed earlier. Like that. So I broke, I bought here on this break, and that's when it started going higher. And now I'm just holding on the rest to see if it continue higher, or if it's gonna stop me out for minimize my loss, or cut it off and lock in the profit. So I'm still holding 9,000 shares. So there was a sell push there on CTRM. So I might start to sell here if it starts rolling over. Let's see what else is doing. CTRM seems like a little slow moving here, but I have my stop in place. KO is getting extended. Which one? The two graph? Oh, the animation you see? Are you talking about these ones? Okay, so the first one is the long setup. So this one sets up pretty much like that today on CTRM. Trading. Let me clear the drawings. So you can see there's a support level here. Let me zoom in. So support level here, resistance became support, and you just draw the flag line. So use a trend line to connect these points like this. So when you connect those points, now you can see it's pretty much the same pattern that the animation is drawing. You can see it's a flag line. I bought that flag, so you can see my buys here. They're buying around this flag area. And this one became support. So this resistance became support, and so here you can buy the breakout of the flag with your stop. So when I bought this, my stop is at 98 cents, right? So this is it's a pretty tight risk. It's only half a cent. So it's like half a cent, right? So it's a half a cent risk. So 1,000 shares on a half a cent risk is what is that? $50 or $5. So 10,000 shares will be $50, right? So depending on how you size in, that is my risk level. So my stop is here. So you can see that it hasn't hit my original stop yet. So my original stop is here. It hasn't hit it yet, so it's gone up. So it was a successful trade. But yeah, there's time where it doesn't continue up, right? So it will go back down, and that's where I stop out the 98 cents, and I'll take a loss there. So this is the setup of CTRM on why I traded this, and I was a little confident. So now I'm just holding 9 cents just to trail a bit, or 9K shares, just to trail a bit. So I already sold majority. I had 30,000 shares at one point. I already sold most of it, and now I'm just trailing. So I'll take it off at $1 because the hourly is getting extended here. So the $1 break I'll take out because now there's a lot of people that bought in this break that are hoping to go up. But if it's a tug of war right now, right, for 101 and $1. So wherever the direction you choose is gonna be a pretty sharp direction. So you want to stop out when it hits $1 because it might go back down to 97, 98. But if it does break higher, I can see it breaking 103s. but it's a pretty strong tug of war right now. We'll see who wins this tug of war, but all in all, I'm still holding 9,000 shares, and I'm profitable already from this trade. So it's either more profit or cut for to lock in my profit. So I'm just holding if it wants to move higher or not. But right now, if I want to give it room, I'll probably stop at 99 cents. But since I want to lock in, the difference here is like $90 with 9,000 shares. So I'm gonna lock it in if it breaks $1 there. So far it's like an even tug of war. Hey Bavik, ENTX. Yeah, let me take a look at that. ENTX doesn't look good. It'll probably go lower. So you have to look at the daily chart, and what the daily chart is telling me that you have your 9 EMA here, and it's extended. So it might close a doji candle here. It's a topping tail. And tomorrow or Monday, you might close at $4. So ENTX is not a stock you want to hold. It had a bear flag. So this is a bear flag. And usually the flag gets broken down, it will continue lower. But yeah, for this to be, you know, a little bit bullish, it will need to reclaim support at 680, which is going to be a lot of work. I'm more on the downside on this. So I don't think it'll go higher today. If it does, maybe after hours, because I guess yesterday after hours for ENTX it squeezed higher. It could do the same, like yesterday, but I think it'll be less likely this time. So you can see after hour it slowly squeezed shorts up, and then it had a flag here, and then went higher, and then it had a pre-market flag that it broke. Now it's kind of trending down, and it broke the hourly chart. So it doesn't look good right now. It might close, you know, 550s, or will slowly go down in the next few trading days. It'll slow down to $4. No problem. to determine the flag, you need 2 points. So here are a lot of examples on the long side. On how I drew them, but you can see it's roughly they're all the same pattern. There's many variations of them, so it's about trial and error. But once you find a support level or resistance level, become new support. That's where you can draw the flag line. And then here's the example of the short setup, inverted cup and handle. But normally what you want to do is draw once a support level becomes a resistance, and then the high, you want to draw that as a line there. And depending on the stock, like this CTRM, it trades in a really small range, so it's you have to kind of open it up to like a flat line. So like this one would be a flat line of 98.50. So that's where that break would be. There's a few flag that happened. CTRM, yeah, it's been pretty slow here. Starting to lose my patience, so I might start to take it off. I'm not gonna hold this after hours or overnight, but if this doesn't get moving, I'll probably just take it off. The 30 minutes starting to catch up. It's power hour, so Monday. So usually at the end of the day, I'll scan through the percentage gainer for today and see what chart on the daily looks good for potential trade for Monday, and so 25% of the time I will look for those trades on my watch list, and 75% of the time I just trade whatever's moving that day. Just looking for a setup. Like for instance, today, if I look at the percentage gainer here, you can see these stocks are up. So it looks like CTRM might go here. This is tricking me. It looks like it wants to break 101, but probably not yet. So what I do is just look through the stocks here. So like ENTX, this one, NSWR, or NLSP. NLSP. So none of these is setting up with my pattern, so I'm not trading these. ENTX, not a pattern. SEEL, I was watching this closely. If this kind of set up a little longer, the pattern here wasn't like the best. There might be something here for this break, but not the best setup. I almost took this earlier. You can see there it held, and then it went higher. EBON, so EBON didn't give any setup. It's just kind of trailing. So no trades there. I can't trade that. SYN. So SYN had a potential. Look, I could see two flags here. So one in the morning here on SYN. And then it held support and broke. So this was the potential buy spot, and you can sell up here. And then there's another flag here in the afternoon. Right there, you can buy there, you can stop there. So some spots there on SYN that you can potentially buy, but so it's almost setting up something right now as well. You can see this, right? So it's actually setting up something for SYN, so potentially, but usually on the day, you probably have one or two of these. And if you have a third one, it's almost towards the end of the hours, so it might not go, but it might go after hours. But you can keep an eye on that though, after hours. That's why. Eyes. What is it? Eyes. Eyes have some flag here. We drew this line. It's like a bottom flag, but not the best setup. DS, no setup. AMTX, potentially a few spots here. So yeah, I would just look through this percentage gainer, and then I think most of my time was focused on CTRM here. It took a lot of my energy, but here is a spot to buy on AMTX. So these are a few examples. But yeah, I'm probably gonna watch CTRM here, see if it breaks. If it doesn't, probably just gonna take it off. Yeah, you can follow me on my YouTube. That's where I post my daily recap, as well as streaming. And I also have a Twitch streaming as well, and Twitter. So you can follow me on Twitter. I occasionally post my watch list there, but I don't post it all the time. But you can follow me there, and I try to stream in the morning around 6:30. 6:45. So CTRM looks like they might push here. If it breaks 101, I might look to react some shares, but we'll see. Yeah. So I might have to jump off soon, but I'm gonna just complete this trade and finish my stream.